Chairman, members of the Auditor General, as well as members of the Audit Committee, welcome. Let me make use of the opportunity to welcome all of you that has come to the meeting of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts of the Provincial Legislature of the Western Cape for purpose the meeting of the Standing Committee on Public Account for purposes of looking into the annual report and the Auditor General report, as well as the Audit Committee's report of the Department of Social Development in the Western Cape Provincial Government. Now, this second part of the meeting is following the first part, where we had a meeting with the Auditor General as well as the Audit Committee, where we were briefed about the audit outcomes of the department. That meeting was an in-committee meeting. This one, it's a meeting that is open to the public, and then we will engage with the department on its report, and then engage through questions and points of clarity. When we finish asking questions as members of the provincial legislature, we will allow members of the public, either who has come to join in person or those that are online, if they've got any questions or point of clarity they want to ask, we'll allow them to do so. We are doing so because this meeting was also published or advertised in various newspapers in the 3 official languages that are used in the province. That being said, let me make use of the opportunity to welcome the department led by the acting provincial minister, because the minister could unfortunately not be able to join us due to an unforeseen event that has occurred. And I think in this regard, I will also please like to send our condolences. If you may please send the message, acting minister, welcome, and also welcome to the department and the delegation as well, HOD. In us starting, I'm going to hand over to you, acting minister, if there's any remarks that you'd like to make, and thereafter the hand over to the HOD if you'd like, maybe there are any issues that you'd like to bring to our attention, and do so, and thereafter we will interact with the report. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much.
Chair, on a point of order, do we need to introduce each other to each other? All right.
Oh yes, yeah. For record purposes, we did introduce ourselves, but I think for this meeting, I think is also proper to do so. I think for time purposes, we'll introduce only the members of the provincial legislature that are present, and then the department, as and when they speak, we will expect the members of the delegation to please introduce themselves as well as their role and position in the department. Can you please then start?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Derek America. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matlodi Maseko, and I'm the member to the Standing Committee.
Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Melika Akako, member of the committee.
Thank you very much, honorable members. For that, I'm going to hand over to the department. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, I'm Dalen Mitchell. I'm the acting MEC for Social Development. And thank you very much for the message of condolences. We'll definitely make sure that it gets passed on to Minister Fernandez. Chair, I think in the interest of time, I'm not going to make any introductory remarks, but if it's in order with you and the committee, that we go straight into it through the HOD.
Thank you very much. HOD.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, I think just to say from my side, thank you very much to the department team for the very positive developments around governance in the year under review. A very marked improvement in a number of areas of governance. So well done to the finance team, the human resource team, and all the chief directors and the senior managers for improvements in the various areas. I think it's a unfortunate irony in a way that as our governance is improving, we are seeing service delivery struggling because the budgets are contracting. So, we are seeing improvements, but service delivery is under extreme pressure, and I think we don't come in here pretending things are rosy. They're not. Things are extremely tough on the ground. So I would like to acknowledge all of our frontline workers, social workers, child and youth care workers, community development practitioners, and all of the support staff who are really under tremendous strain right now, trying to keep up with the demand for services that are facing, trying to support the communities of this province. So just to acknowledge their efforts as well. Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'm happy to go straight into questions. But also just to say thank you as well to the Auditor General and to the Audit Committee for their oversight and support, as well as to the .P teams present here from CSC and Forensics. Thank you very much as well for all the support you provide to the department as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, HOD. Also, honorable members, just to bring to your attention that the acting minister did indicate that he might leave, he will not be sitting through the whole session. If as the time is and when the time arrives, honorable minister, you intending to leave, please do so. Now, honorable members, in interacting with the report of the annual report of the department, you know the drill. We are dealing with section C or part C of the report, as well as part E of the report. Now we are going to start dealing with part C of the report, which is start in the hard copies on page 87. Can I get an indication if there are any indication of honorable members who would like to ask questions? But also, honorable members, I think what we'll do when it comes to Auditor General Audit and the Audit Committee, will deal with it in E. Honorable America has indicated that he'd like to speak, and Honorable Nkontlo, Honorable Xhego. In that order, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. McDonald, congratulations on your clean audit. I think that you've been with the department for quite a number of years, and during your tenure so far, each year you managed to obtain a clean audit, and under your leadership, from myself, I'd like to extend a sort of hearty congratulations for attaining that level of governance. So, having had the experience for so long in terms of maintaining the standard that you have created within the department with your team, of course, what did you consider to be, if you can just mention one major threat that you could possibly foresee or anticipate that may have an impact on the audit outcome, in the future? And secondly, how, if there is one that you can sort of highlight, or if there are more, what do you think ought to be done to mitigate that particular threat to impact in an adverse way on future audit outcomes? So one question, James. Secondly, on page 87, you have listed as risk the inadequate human resources capacity to deliver on your strategic mandate. So which human resource component do you believe is deficient within your organizational structure to enable you to continue to deliver on your particular mandate? And you also mentioned there that you are busy with creating or establishing a new organogram that would contextualize the new human resource structure and positions. Can you share with us in terms of how far you with the finalization of this new organizational structure that you are busy with? And Chair, I'm going to just stop there now. I'll come back, once my colleagues have had an opportunity to ask the questions. Thank you.
Honorable Mbon.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the department, the acting. I thought they have reshuffled you, my friend. I was just going to throw my toys. Happy to see that you are just acting. Anyway, Chair, on the emerging risks, I just want to understand one. On the first one, on inability to effectively address capacity constraints. It is stated there that there are 3 NGOs that are about to close. So my question is, what then is in place for those NGOs? As the department is indicating that this is a continuous problem and you are sitting with such. Is there anything that the department has put in place for those that are going to close due to funding issues? And has the department ever engaged, private sector? Because the last time I checked, 1% net profit after tax as per BBBE regulation is a requirement for corporate social investment, isn't it? And I'm assuming those are opportunities to try and get access to extra funding for NGOs, because indeed, I don't think government has got the capacity on their own to sort of fund. I don't know how many NGOs do we have. Maybe you can, as answering that, just indicate to me how many NGOs do you have in the Western Cape, both registered and non-registered, and how many of those are you funding? And then on the second one, on page 89, on this issue about increased household hunger in many communities. And I can see also in your notes there, you indicate your additional food relief initiatives over and above what SASSA is doing. Do you believe using those kind of current interventions of food parcels, are we responding to food hunger? What is driving food hunger as far as you are concerned as the Department of Social Development? And what is the plan beyond food parcels, which, as you are already indicating, as a risk already, that instead, as you give people a food parcel, I'm not sure how long does it even last for them in that particular household, depending how many are they. So are we really, as government, throwing money into sort of a leaking sort of a basket? Another one I'm interested in, Chair, is that assuming that this particular department, and I think that's what we were discussing earlier on with the internal audit and AG, delivers through NGOs. What kind of framework do you have? I know with other departments engaging with private sector, there is your triple P framework. Now, when it comes to NPOs, what kind of framework is your department utilizing, which is something that is legislated on how you interact with that? And is there any requirement of BE qualification with the NGOs that you are engaging in? And I'm raising that in light of that last section where I think on partnerships, I think you had said not applicable in terms of that table around triple BE. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Xhego.
Thanks, Chair. I will start on page 87, where we talk to the issue of MCO and noting the it says the table below discloses the relevant information on MCO members in terms of it. But in a sentence above that, it clarifies the role of MCO. It says these are the senior members of the department's management team. So now I note their compliance on attending their MCO meetings. Only one on the entire list attended all meetings. And these meetings, they don't sit on a daily basis. And yet, that MCO fails dismally to attend their meetings. We operationally, we might not understand what are the operational challenges that we have as a department, if we can get clarity, because we're of a strongest view that this is a critical department that in page 89, it deals under key risks considered and addressed during the year. The likes of safety and security threats, the likes of inadequate human resources, and of which this very same MCO is supposed to deal with. And if they do not now attend meetings and we get such kind of presentation, then I'm very much concerned. But also wanted to check on the issue of inadequate human resources to deliver on the department's strategic mandate. There, it is a risk that is being considered, but it shows a very negative reflection. But maybe if you might expand on explanation, we might understand what is going on there. And then on page 91, regarding fraud and corruption concerning the cases, there is a case of 28th of January 22 involving allegations of fraud, corruption, and mismanagement. The investigation itself is still underway, and of which it's good. But just wish to understand what could be, if you have such a serious case has been reported to law enforcement agencies outside, and what could be the status outside, except inside. I'm of the view that maybe the ongoing process is internal, but if you can clarify as far as that is concerned. Thanks.
Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much. Again, I need to also congratulate the department again for the clean audit. Just a few questions from me, and I'm going to ask the same question I think a member asked, but in a different way to have an understanding. The last annual report, the issue of the NPO was there, and then it's here again. And I do understand that those are the service providers within the department, but in a way it's your core business as they implement some of the services that you are giving to the communities. Now on page 89, there is the key risk that considered and addressed during the year, which one of them is inadequate human resources to deliver on the department's strategic mandate. So then after, there is ineffective NPO contract management. Now, if that is the case, to what an extent is the ripple effect of the inadequate human resource affecting the contract management of the NPOs within the department. And also when you go to page 90, the key emerging risk, again, is the issue of inadequate human resource, so of which I tell myself that means if that is still ongoing, there's going to be, again, the problem on this financial year to say the NPO, the contract management, is going to be a problem. So are we going to see that continuing, the NPO continuing, and to what an extent are we going to say we are receiving the quality services from the NPOs? If I'm taking it, one of the shortcomings is that contract management that the NPOs have to give the services to our communities that you do have the partnership with. And maybe the last one is, again, I asked the audit committee this question of, if the accounting officer interacts with the audit committee, and then this is something that is ongoing, what is the conversation between the audit committee and the department? And then what are mitigating factors that the accounting office talks to the audit committee to say you are going to implement something that will react to this, as you see as a shortcoming within the department? Because I mean, the clean audit, we received the clean audit from the department, but we feel leveling up for the performance is now what we have to look at. And when you see these two, which are sort of the tools of trade, the core tools of trade within the department, is something that we'll have to look at to say, how are you going to mitigate those two to make sure that now we see that performance on another level, that our communities can really feel that impact, that is the quality impact from the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, honorable members. Department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So starting from the beginning, Honourable Member America, thank you very much for the words of support. The question of the major threat that could impact audit outcomes in future, to try and reduce it to one thing is a bit difficult, but I think probably, and also to, audit outcomes isn't necessarily the worst risk for us. The much more severe risk would be something that impacts the human rights of our clients. But I think from an audit perspective, the biggest risk is our financial situation, because it is affecting our capacity, which will affect our capacity to implement good governance, as well, which I think the Honourable Member Maseko has alluded to, that capacity constraints affect our ability to monitor NGOs, but it also affects our ability to effectively implement and a compliant supply chain processes, as well as compliant financial processes and so forth. So I think that is our single biggest risk at the moment, is our budget situation. But the much graver risk, of course, than the audit impact, which would be if impacting compliance, would be the impact on our citizens that we serve, because if services fail, we've seen what happens in other provinces, for example, with the Life Esidimeni situation, where lives were lost and severe human rights violations occurred. That is the kind of thing that we want to avoid at all costs in this department. So I think that is our biggest fear at this stage in time. And the financial situation we're sitting in at the moment is pushing us in the direction where we are, where those kind of outcomes are becoming a very real risk, because there are a number of facilities for disabled people and older persons, as well as for children, that are in serious financial difficulty. And that can result in harm coming to those residents. So we are quite concerned at this point, and with the new year coming, the financial situation is significantly worse than it is in this financial year. So we are very worried about what's going to happen next year in particular. After that, the projections are looking a bit better, but we don't really want to have to face. If there's any way to avoid the cuts that we're facing at the moment, we would want to avoid that. The second question around mitigating risk and impact. Well, I think the first thing is obviously we are very carefully reviewing all our expenditure in the department to see how we can reprioritize to protect essential services. That is going to come at a fairly severe price in its own right, but it would be better than the worst case scenario. But it does mean looking at things that we had implemented that were positive, proactive programs that may have to now be shut down, like youth cafes and preventative services in the space of drug treatment, families, and so on, as well as service centres for older persons and protective workshops for disabled persons. Those services are not services that we are mandated by law to implement, and they don't have an immediate or they're ceasing those services doesn't have or doesn't pose an immediate risk to life of clients. So those are the services that we would have to cut in order to free up money to make sure that the services that do involve life or death outcomes don't fail. But the consequences of doing that, of course, is firstly that you lose critical capacity in the preventative space. And it's a very short-term approach because, of course, when you have reduced preventative programs, it means that people become more at risk. And in the end, you get just more pressure on your intervention services. So, for example, if we start to close down services for older persons, and this year we've already reduced the number of older persons that are able to access service centres by 4,000 older persons across the province. Those people then are no longer able to access on a regular basis healthy meals, social interaction, and also be screened for things like elder abuse. So there's a greater chance now that those people will end up coming into old age homes, which are already under pressure themselves. So there's a knock-on effect to those kind of strategies. So a short-term approach to get us through the next year is going to cost us in the medium term. So it's not a strategy we want to implement, but it's an inevitable consequence of what we're sitting with. Equally, of course, we're looking at all non-essential activities, but the problem is the position we find ourselves in is that we are coming on the tail end of 10 years of austerity measures. Because National Treasury started implementing cost containment in the early 2012, 2013, and we've been cutting. So now we are doing serious damage. So we may not be, there may be other spheres of government or departments that are not as affected in that way, but we are quite vulnerable because we have already been operating on our bare bones with very minimal compensation budget, minimal management size, and minimal goods and services budgets. So we've got so little room to move. But the deficiency, the question about which human resource areas are deficient in DSD, it is particularly bad in our child and youth care centres. We have a serious shortage of child and youth care workers in our residential facilities for children who have been sentenced for crimes or for children who have behavioural problems, which is very dangerous because it means that regularly we have the children overpowering the staff because there's not enough staff on shift, and burning the centres, breaking out, and also attacking people when they get out the centre. We've had problems with that in the past already. I think also that it creates unlivable work conditions for the child and youth care workers. So that's probably our number one concern at the moment. The social workers, we're also sitting with a shortage of social workers. The caseloads have become very high, and there's a huge risk there that we will have children dying because social workers are not able to get to their case properly, or they cut corners, they don't manage a case properly, and they don't do proper diligence. And we have already had cases like that, which we are now dealing with. So the social workers shortages are also a serious concern. And then the administrative vacancies that we're sitting with as well also hamper service delivery, because if you get delays in supply chain or delays in human resource processes, then it impacts the frontline staff. So it's all connected. There's no way to avoid the impact of staff shortages. We are looking at a review of our regional structures because they were capacitated to deal with the population as at 2010. We haven't, the last time the structure of the regions was done was in 2010 with the modernization process. So since then, the population of the province has grown significantly. There's whole new settlements have grown in some areas. And at the same time, we've got NGOs that are closing because they can't carry on, and our regional staff are having to step in and take over the caseloads. And for each social worker in the NGO sector, they're sitting with an average of about 150 cases. So when each one of those social workers ceases to operate, 150 cases come over to DST, and our social workers have to take that on top of their existing caseloads. So we've got a process underway with organizational design to look at how we can capacitate certain parts of the province where there's a shortage of capacity, but we don't have money for those posts at the moment. So we're doing the technical work, but there's a lot of technical work has been done, but we can't actually move to fill the posts until the financial situation eases. In the interim, we are trying as far as we possibly can to get NGOs to step into areas where we can't. And also, if an NGO closes, our first option is to always try find another NGO that's willing and able to step in. And sometimes there are, but in the rural areas, it's very difficult because the NGOs really battle to recruit and secure social workers in rural areas. They don't pay enough to attract the social workers and keep them. So it's a very difficult thing, in particularly in the small towns. The question about how far we are in the process, I think we've at the moment the design work is underway and is well underway. It's been done for quite a few of the regions already, but the big process is to actually then submit that to DPSA for approval, and then to have to have those posts funded, and that I don't think would be possible before 2025 at this stage, given the budget situation as projected by Treasury. The question from on the what is in place to help NGOs not to close. At the moment, we are trying as far as possible to support NGOs with capacity building. We've reached over 8,000 NGOs in the last 5 years with capacity support to help them with fundraising, to connect them with donors, to help the boards to get better with financial management and administration. Where NGOs run into financial difficulties, and the NGO is of particular importance to us because we don't have any other services in that area. We sometimes provide them with some additional funds to bail them out for a while, and we also sometimes try and bring other NGOs in to supplement or support them. But so there's a range of interventions we put in place to try help NGOs not to close their doors. But sometimes their board takes a decision that they're going to close, and that's their final decision, and there's not much we can do about it. Like with the CPOA old age homes, that they decided they're just not going to carry on, and we couldn't convince them not to. we do engage the private sector on CSR opportunities. I don't know, Mr. Hewu, if you'd like to speak a little bit about what we do with partnerships and CSI.
Thank you, George. Through you, Chair. We have a unit called Partnership Development, which is a full directorate. It has got a component that deals with stakeholder management, and it also has a component that deals with business development. Stakeholder management, this unit helps us to interact with other government departments so that government can deliver services in an integrated way. It also helps us to interact with other government agencies so that if there is a project in Kailicha and SASA or NDA, National Development Agency, is doing that project, we come in as the Department of Social Development and share resources in terms of government vehicles, in terms of labor, in terms of budget, if the budget exists, so that we maximize the impact of whatever service the government is doing. And the biggest part of the work of this unit is our interaction with municipalities. We believe that, yes, we render services, but our beneficiaries and people that must receive the services are the citizens, that coalface. And the citizens reside in municipalities. So we work with municipalities to understand their integrated development planning, what they have planned, what are the areas that they are looking at around social development and social services, and we work with them and share resources and share budgets to maximize the impact. The other one, the business development, looks at the private sector, where we interact with the willing private sector companies to look at their social corporate investment budgets, and then see if there are interactions that we can develop. Recently, for the Mandela Day, we work with the Standard Bank. Standard Bank approach us, and we work with them, and they identified an early childhood development center. So those are some of the areas where we look at what is it that the private sector can do to augment or complement the work that the department is doing, but it does not have sufficient budget for. And it's not an easy exercise because of the HR issues that we've referred to under the risk. In these units, when we do not have sufficient staff, as it has been envisaged in the organogram of the department, due to the financial resources and so on. So with more staff, with more warm bodies that are able to run, because it's easy to identify a partner, but it is difficult to make sure that the partner delivers on the mandate and so on. So those are some of the issues. There are many other examples. For instance, in Saldanha, for 6 years now, we have been working with the Sea Harvest, which is a fishing company, where they have identified substance abuse as one of their challenges amongst their staff. And Department of Social Development who came in, we provided social workers who could be on site once or twice a week, and the company identified office space, a big office space for us as the department, so that the department can actually have an area to operate from, because it has been very difficult to get a government building in that part of the world. So that has not only enabled the relationship that existed for Sea Harvest and the social workers, it translated to benefit the entire department, because we had an office space where we run all other programs of the department, not only substance abuse. So I think, HOD, I would wish to end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hewu. The next question was around how many NGOs in the Western Cape are registered and unregistered, and how many are funded. I think we did have that question this morning as well, and it was some 60-odd thousand NGOs in the Western Cape that are on the National NGO Directorate's database, of which 38,000 are currently non-compliant and are at risk of being deregistered. We funded last year, during the year under review, 2,200 NGOs in social development, and 2,200. And this financial year, it's now only 1,100 because the 1,100 ECDs that we funded went over to the Department of Education with effect from 1 April. So we now fund 1,100, whereas last year it was 2,200. So now education has taken over all of those, the funding of all of those NGOs, all of the transfer payment contracts that existed are with them now. I think it's certainly not a large proportion of the NGOs that actually apply to us for funding. If you look at the total number of NGOs in the province, we get about 4,000 applications when we do call for proposals. I think are only one sector. NGOs service many sectors. So they get NGOs working in the health sector, education sector, cultural affairs, sports, all those things. So NGOs are very wide-ranging in their functions. Only some of them work in the social development space, but all of them have to be registered with the National Department of Social Development's NGO Directorate. And at the moment, they are sitting with backlogs there in terms of re-registering or confirming compliance, because all these NGOs are submitting their annual financial statements as they are required to do in the NPO Act, but they are falling behind with the checking and processing of all those. So we're having some problems now with NGOs that we fund that are indicated as non-compliant, even though they have submitted their documentation in accordance with the NPO Act, which is proving to be a bit of a difficult situation at the moment. We are trying to support the NGOs with that and try to communicate between the NGOs and the National NGO Directorate, but I think they're a bit overwhelmed with the numbers because they've had a moratorium for a long time on deregistrations, which is coming to an end. The question about the increase in household hunger and what is driving it, I think the biggest thing is unemployment and the state of the economy. A lot of job losses and also the COVID situation, I think, did impact people's ability to access food, particularly in rural areas. Things are bouncing back quite significantly from the middle of the COVID disaster when food insecurity got particularly bad. But we do expect it to continue to be very severe. So under the leadership of the Department of Agriculture, the province is developing a food security plan, and social development has a role in that plan, but the lead is agriculture because they're looking at sustainability. So we're dealing with the issue of immediate needs, but correctly, as the members correctly indicated, that is a short-term response, and there's a need to shift towards a sustainable level of food security, which we haven't yet got to. But I think if you look at the food relief and the food that's in the system from government, there's a lot. The Education Department reaches hundreds of or thousands of schools with the Peninsular Feeding Scheme. The Department of Social Development provides food through the old age homes, protective workshops, service centres, drop-in centres for children, as well as the soup kitchens and the targeted feeding schemes. And we're also distributing food ingredients to informal community kitchens that are not necessarily registered NGOs. But we give large organisations like Red Cross and others funds to get bulk food ingredients, and then that gets distributed through the connections established in the Western Cape Food Forum to a lot of small neighbourhood operations where they cook food for people in the community. So it's really expanded our footprint and reach. I think the food parcels we phased out because it's too expensive to reach a lot of people. So we have a few food parcels available still, but mostly we are connecting people with food relief operations like community kitchens and so on, so that it's much easier for us to reach more people that way. The Department of Health also has food programs for those people presenting with malnutrition or who are on medication who need to have nutrition support with their medication. And of course, the Department of Education has also taken over the ECD function, which feeds 80,000 children every day through the funded ECDs. So we do have a very big food relief footprint, and that doesn't include, of course, what SASA is doing with the COVID grants and the social relief. So I think the nationally at the moment there is a process underway to review the social protection system in South Africa to see how it can be consolidated and rationalized. I don't know where that's going to lead us, but there is discussion around a basic income grant and other kind of measures. But it's I think in provincially we also need to just look at food security holistically. Social development certainly can't do that on its own. The question regarding social development's use of NGOs to reach citizens and what kind of framework we have in place for that, we do have an NGO funding policy that's broadly aligned with the national NGO funding policy that's been developed over the years in response to the Nwanga court judgment on which happened in the Free State, where a coalition of NGOs took the Department of Social Development to court over concerns about the rationality of how funding was being distributed to NGOs, which led to the development nationally of a NGO funding policy to try to create a more transparency and consistency around NGO funding allocations. We already had an NGO funding policy in place before that, but with the development of the national one, we've incorporated some of the elements of that as well, so that we are more or less aligned with that to bring some more consistency. So we use that policy as the guiding framework for how we fund NGOs. In terms of BEE, no, there's not a BEE aspect to it because NGOs are not a enrichment or a scheme that's designed to generate a profit. So the NGOs the way we fund NGOs is actually we give them less money than they actually need to operate. They are intended to fundraise themselves as well. So we're only subsidizing them. So there isn't BE is not applicable in that space. BE is applicable where we are funding through goods and services funding through tender processes. But NGOs is not tenders. We are just subsidizing or contributing towards their operations. So it doesn't fall within the framework of BE. In terms of the question on the role of and attendance of ERMCO, I think if you look at the attendance, most people we have 4 ERMCO sessions a year. So the core ERMCO members have attended 3 or 4 sessions of ERMCO mostly. There are some who've only attended 1 because they only needed to come for a specific item. So they're not necessarily the members that attend ERMCO or expected to attend ERMCO on a routine basis. And then also one of the core members of ERMCO is actually only been with us for the quarter, for the last quarter. So she was only there for 1 meeting because she wasn't with the department before that. So that would be that list there. Ms. Patel joined us a bit late to be at the other ERMCO meetings. Yeah, but that is that's the situation. So generally in the ERMCO meetings we have the majority there. I think also it should be emphasized that those are the final ERMCO meetings, the quarterly ERMCO meetings for the department, but there are a number of meetings that lead up to the ERMCO with each chief directorate. So the chief directors that are listed there, they've all had management committee meetings with the enterprise risk management team before this. So in most instances, they will be familiar with the content of the IMCO meetings before it even gets to the IMCO, because they've been sitting with the enterprise risk management team beforehand. So when we get to the IMCO meetings, everyone is familiar, but that's where we actually take a resolution to adopt the risk register for the quarter and review the risk register. So that's the final kind of sign off, as it were. The question regarding the fraud and corruption and the 28th of January case on page 91. I'm just going to get there quickly. So I think if you looking at the cases at the moment with PFS, there's the cases that the new case in the financial year under review is only one, and the matters are where there's fraud and corruption and anything like that, it is handed over to SAPS. So Provincial Forensic Services then keeps a register of the cases that are with SAPS and with the criminal case number, and they give us updates on the movement of those cases. Unfortunately, they are not moving very well, and Provincial Forensic Services does follow up, but we're not getting much traction on those cases. With some of the cases, we are also having civil action to recover funds that were misappropriated, and that has been handed over to the state attorney for action, and those things are underway. But yeah, I think the area where we have the most control is with disciplinary matters that we can implement and those things. But the criminal side of things is basically monitored so that we can keep track of whether there's movement. But at the moment, they're not making much headway, unfortunately. I think it's an area of concern to us that it doesn't seem that the SAPs are able to get a grip on these kind of corporate crime cases. I don't know what it is about them. Having said that, the PFS team have had engagements with the SAPs. They've handed over affidavits and things to them to try and assist. But yeah, it is in the hands of the police. The question regarding the risk of ineffective NGO contract management, I think I did speak to that at the beginning, and I think that remains a concern, particularly that now we're having shortages of monitoring staff, which means that they are able to go less often to NGOs to check on them, which means that then there's a greater risk that there can be a problem at an NGO that doesn't go detected timeously. So that is one of the impacts of. We have sufficient capacity to be able to look at what the NGOs are submitting in terms of financial information and audited financials, and to look at what they've delivered from a non-financial data perspective. And of course, the Auditor General goes and checks those things as well. So we do get some assurance about what the NGOs are doing with the funds, but to actually do the site visits, we only get to, with the big programs, we only get to them once every 3 years, which is not, in my view, often enough. I think, at least we should be striving for every second year, if possible, but we do need to have enough feet on the ground to actually get to all of them. And that is proving to be a problem at the moment. And then I think lastly, the question about the accounting officer's interactions with the audit committee on NGO non-compliance. These risks will always be in our risk register because they require constant vigilance to ensure that they don't escalate. But to reduce the risk, we need to be able to visit them more often. We also need to be, I think, to get to a point where we have better electronic management of submitted data and things like that, so that we can pick up quicker where there's issues around underperformance and things like that. I do think we have benefited in a way from the fact that the ECD program has left the department, because it means that the senior managers can focus more in on the remaining NGOs, because we had a scope of 1,100 now as opposed to 2,200. So it does mean we have a little bit less to try and get our heads around when it comes to monitoring NGOs. So I think that is going to help us as we let go of the ECD function. We are still supporting education at the moment with the ECD function as to ensure that the transition continues smoothly. But once we have fully handed it over and let go of that, I think it gives us a bit more room to breathe in terms of focusing on the remaining NGOs that are with us. Thank you, Chair. That's my list of questions so far.
Do you want to do a follow-up? Okay. We still have a section in, eh? Okay. Okay, Honorable Masek.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to ask a lot. I just want to ask, yesterday we were with the Department of Education on the issue of the ECDs, that the challenge that they face now is the zoning of the ECDs, where they are now. I want to find out the intergovernmental relations between the different departments in handing over, and from the Department of Social Development, if that was the challenge, was something that you have identified, and if I'm the Department of Education, you have to advise me, because you've been with that NGOs for a very long time. What will be the remedy to that? Because I'm fearing, especially in the rural areas, that is going to be a huge problem, that you're going to end up with the kids that are ready to go to school, and that they're still in the non-recognized ECDs, that they won't be able to go to start their schooling years. Thank you, Chair. That's all.
No, Chair, for time purposes, I think I will leave others for resolutions. But I just wanted to ask one new question, Chair, that does this department have a sexual harassment policy? Because I'm sure, given the clout of this department, of a case right up to the highest office, my interest would be, how safe are women in this department? Particularly, what measures did you put to protect women in the political office in particular? So that would be my one question for now, because I think others I will then leave for resolutions. Yeah.
Can you deal with those two, from the question from those two members?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In terms of the zoning issues for the ECDs and the intergovernmental relations, yeah, we did rely on good intergovernmental relations with the municipalities to try and overcome some of the hurdles that ECDs had to face. I think I mentioned in the previous sitting as well that the regulations around the registration of ECDs are extremely onerous and really designed more for a developed and formal context, as opposed to many of the ECDs being in informal communities. It's things like building plans, zoning schemes, and so on are not always in place. So it unfairly discriminates against NGOs that don't have access to that kind of thing. So it's a big concern. It was always a problem in our department, and we worked well. Some municipalities we work very well with around this kind of thing. Others were not as forthcoming. There is also quite a lot of inconsistency around bylaws for zoning between different municipalities in the province. Salga was working at one point with the department to see if they could try to kind of create a consistent approach to zoning when it comes to ECDs in the province and in the country. That I think would probably go a long way to assisting. But we have really, I think, during the process of shifting things over to education, the whole team that was at social development dealing with ECD has moved over there, and they do have existing relationships with the municipalities. So they've taken all of that experience and knowledge with them to education, and they will continue to sustain those relationships with the municipalities. So I think that will help them. But I do think there's a need for reform of the legislation as well. There's no question about that, particularly the regulations, which is well within the control of the National Minister of Education to do. I think the deregistration that's occurring at the moment as well is generally a huge risk for education, because they want to be able to continue funding the places, but if they become unregistered, then it puts them in an awkward position, because they don't want to close the place down by pulling funding, but they also don't want to be funding unregistered centres because it sends out the wrong message. So it's a very difficult thing. But we are supporting them. We've seconded one of our senior staff members to assist them for the year with the process. She's going to come back to us once that time's up. And of course, the whole team is quite experienced. But the relationship with the municipalities has proved to be really valuable, because some of them have really bought into ECD and they see the value in it and they really support. So I think that will continue as far as I can see. But the deregistration is also happening for other reasons as well. Sometimes it's to do with their ability to sustain or keep staff on board who are suitably able to work with the children and ensure the correct ratios of staff to children, and ensure that they keep their program in line with the national norms and standards. So it's quite tough for some of the smaller organizations to keep up with all of that. But yeah, we will continue supporting till the end of this financial year. And then I think by that time, education will be able to decide, how it wants to go forward with these things. They do have the benefit of having a much bigger footprint than we do as a department. So their local officers hopefully can also start to take on a supporting role as well. I think that will actually help. The second question, Chairperson, in terms of the DSD having a sexual harassment policy. Yes, we've had a sexual harassment policy for a long time now. I think we've always had a sexual harassment contact officer appointed at the most senior level in the department, as well as sexual harassment contact officers appointed in all the units of the department that are outside of head office. We have picked up cases of sexual harassment in the department that we've had to deal with quite decisively. We were quite concerned at one stage. We had quite a number of cases. I think it was around about 2014-15, and we embarked on a very proactive campaign around sexual harassment in the department, which is continuing to this day. To try and raise awareness among staff of what constitutes sexual harassment and how to get help if you're experiencing sexual harassment. The Corporate Services Centre at the moment is revising the provincial sexual harassment policy. They're busy bringing it into line with international norms. So that updated policy is, I think, in the process of being consulted with the unions at the moment. And once that is all done, it will then be adopted in the province as the updated policy for the province as a whole, which we will then make use of as well. So yes, it will probably assist us. I think there's some areas that it may be a little bit difficult to implement in its current form, but we'll see how that is unpacked. But it does broaden the definition, or rather it broadens the focus beyond sexual harassment to include bullying, workplace bullying, and so on. Which it could make it a little broad, so we will have to see how well that works. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions on C? if there are no further questions on C, can I just request that before we go to section E, can we just take a 10-minute body break and we reconvene again? I think that might be very progressive if we do that. Like it's Honorable members, the department, I want us now to go to section E of the report. And section E will also at the same time be dealing with the report of the Auditor General as well as the report of the Audit Committee. And part E of the report start in page 150. Now, can I get an indication of members who would like to ask questions? Honorable America, Honorable Ngondlo, Honorable Xhego, and Honorable Maseko.
Thank you, Chair. Gosh. Okay, I'm referencing page 194, Chair, deals with contingent liabilities. 194. 16.1. Look at the contingent liabilities, Chair. So there is an explanation for the contingent liabilities, and also it's in a lecture on page 216 in lecture 2. Now, that's just basically a summary of all the contingent liabilities. And there's an explanation also for each case number. What I find, not missing in a way is the claim for damages being LT/144/2011. It's for 5 million rand. So I don't find an explanation for there, and perhaps if we can get sort of clarity as to because it's still reflected as an outstanding claim. So perhaps if we can get a little more sort of clarity as far as that is concerned. And then, Chair, I move on to page 198, and that deals with the reconciliation of irregular expenditure. Now, looking at the analysis of the closing balances, is an amount of 79,000 rand for prior year. Now, I perhaps can get just a little bit more information around that amount, because it's the opening balance of the prior year was 1,211,000 rand, and then two amounts that were condoned, and then 525,000 rand that was removed by the HUD. Perhaps so the removal of that 525,000 rand was not condoned. It was removed by the HUD. Could we have perhaps just an explanation as to why that occurred, that it was not condoned but rather removed? And then, Chair, on page 211, it's in lecture 1A. It is payment to the sector of Education and Training Authority. It's 2,788,000 rand. It's quite a substantial amount of money. Can we perhaps get a sort of explanation in terms of how much of that amount that we paid to CETA were actually recouped in the form of training that we have provided to our staff in order to offset some of that payment. And thank you, Chair. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable America. Honorable Ngondo.
Thank you, Chair. On this one, I just wanted to, I think, a standard question around this notion of staff overpayments. I think we picked up in the discussion on the CSC role of the Premier's Department. I just wanted to understand whether in the Department of Social Development, do you have such staff overpayments? And if so, what would be the nature of those? And I see in as far as underspending, I think there's Program 2 and Program 3, which I think explains some amounts in terms of the sub-program on services to persons with disabilities and social relief and ECD. Can you provide us what exactly was that underspending on? What were these particular activities that monies would not have been spent? Because the assumption is that these would have been budgeted for in the planning cycle, obviously before those monies were budgeted for. So I'm interested in the detail of what in the services to persons with disabilities that was not spent, what exactly are those items, and obviously why. Also in page 171, I see the monies that have not been spent that are surrendered to the revenue fund. And if one looks in the previous financial year and now, such an amount has actually increased. And I'm interested in your own explanation as the department in terms of how you're managing your spending in the department, if in the previous financial year to where we are now, you know, what you are sending back to the revenue fund is actually increasing. Is there a challenge? Should we see a concern in terms of ability to spend in the department, and which programs are seemingly sort of falling within that space of challenges to sort of spend their monies? And then, Chair, I'm interested, I think it stems from the question around the NGO funding policy, HOD, because I was going to ask, and please indulge me as somebody who's trying to understand, whether then the funding to the NGOs, how are they treated? As a transfer payment, as a donation? I'm interested in that. Actually, when I was just looking also in the financial information, one, I think now is interested whether indeed that is what you would call would be under households or NPOs. If you can just highlight that to me so that I understand how it is treated, as you had explained earlier on around how you deal with private sector through a tendering process and how you deal with this one. And actually in page 192, I think there's actually a case there of overpayment that you are saying it's being dealt with in consultation with the Office of the State Attorney. How did this come about? How has the department or which particular sub-program was this particular overpayment sort of emanated from, and what would have been sort of the cause of such. And just take me through that process, that once you have identified that, as you said now, it's with the state attorney, and how long is it going to be resolved? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngondlo. Honorable Xhego.
Thanks, Chair. I will start on page 162. Yeah. There on page 162, what was the reason for the shifting of funds under the following programs, which is care and services, and as well as ECD partial care? And then the reason I want to understand here is the impact. Well, as much as we don't have a problem with the shifting of funds, but we want to understand the impact, especially when we talk about ECT centers. And then similarly, as well as on page 164 there, when we talk about crime prevention and as well and support, and the victim empowerment, especially the victim empowerment, why would there be shifting of funds from there? Where and how did that impact on service delivery? And then on page 166, there is the same story with poverty alleviation and sustainable livelihoods sub-programs. Again, the issue of the shifting of funds. And there on page 168, there is an issue there of the underspending on goods and services relating to dignity packs, sanitary dignity project. And what I want to understand here, of which it doesn't make sense to me, the reason that is given there is that there was a challenge with the supplier that had a challenge with load shedding. I don't understand. Load shedding has been there since 2008. What type of supplier would have a problem of delivering services due to load shedding? Dignity packs, load shedding. It doesn't make sense. I just need clarity as far as that is concerned. Because even if we're getting some motivation, they must not take us for a ride. And then on page 169, with regards to the underspending, I think Honorable Nkondlo touched it in terms of how the issue of the ECT is there, if we can get clarity like she has asked. On page 184, regarding the amount of 42.6 million, that was spent on agencies and support in terms of outsourcing of services. This department, most of its services, it looks like it's actually the paymaster. It's just paying for everything. And all the services are being outsourced. They have the responsibilities to transfer funds from government to people. We want to understand what type of services are those, and if there is any necessity for those services to be outsourced to those agencies, and which are those agencies. And then on page 192, there by 10.4, the department made overpayments like Honorable Nkondlo raised. It's a worrying factor. Mine is on the issue of what has been done to be able to recoup that, and who has been held accountable, and how far is that process? Because the issue of overpayment to somebody who refuses to pay back the money, mistakes are being made from time to time. Humans would make errors. But for those people not to be able to want to give the money back, and of which we want the money back. On page 194, at number 16, there are claims there of close to 1 million. If we can get clarity as far as that is concerned. And yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I think Honorable Maseko is not here. I'm going to make use of this opportunity to ask question on her behalf. Maybe I will represent her well. Just, I think from my side, it's really one or two questions, but I will maybe try and get clarity on some of them, maybe by way of requesting written answers, but there might be some I would want maybe that if we go to page 195 and contingent assets, there is something that on the box it's written there are 12 PILIR cases under investigation which were not finalized by the Department of the Premier as at the 31st of March this year, and they are not they are not included here. Obviously, maybe it might assist if we can maybe shed some light as to what were the issues then really there. It might assist, and maybe since March this year, you might have had an opportunity to interact with the Premier's department. What is the latest development on that? I think the issue of the early childhood is well, I think it was well answered. I don't want to stay. But then just a general question on the issue of at the risk of repeating myself or repeating what other members have asked on irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Now, I think if I read, I'm trying to look for the page now where the irregular expenditure, I think, was about just 79,000 or 70 something, but it's very minimal. Now that means at some point you can be able to, I think it's on page 198. Yes, it's page 198. So that is the irregular expenditure that we've experienced as a department is 79,000. Now that means at some point this can be eliminated if that's the amount. Maybe what might have been the risk, because the amount seemed quite minimal compared to your overall budget, of billions. So what might have been the cause of that? Now, then when you come to but then there might have been a lot of those, but they were condoned. Now, and then they were condoned because of I suppose you apply for condonation and there were results. So that means that there might have been, it might be just good, just maybe a general explanation on that, not necessarily specific cases, but just maybe what might have been the causes of those. Now, the last general question I wanted to ask is regarding the audit committee, and I think even the Auditor General's report. I think it was reported that this is probably your eighth clean audit for the 8th year. Yeah. Now, ninth, yeah. So you specialize on clean audit, which is something quite commendable, but we should, but still, irrespective of your clean audit, we still got a lot of social development problems. They don't, so somehow there's a mismatch. Something is not being, you excel on clean audit, which is something commendable, but when you look down on the work on the ground, there's still quite a lot of challenges that are out there. Service delivery challenges, we still have homeless people, gender-based violence, and of course that is monetary. Now there has been a move to say that shouldn't we start looking at performance audit, because they say when we ask, but this department, mostly all the department in the province, they do get clean audit, but service delivery does not speak to this clean audit on the ground. Shouldn't we start moving on when we ask even the Auditor General, even the Audit Committee, but what is the problem? Why is this mismatch? There's always a view that we should start looking into performance audit. I would like to get your comment there on that one, Doc, and even the CFO as well, as to whether are you ready to start engaging on a performance audit, to start doing performance audit, so that we should not just, we should be more worried about the cents and rands, which is a good financial practice, but the actual service delivery on the ground does not speak to this clean audit. So that's just. Are you defending the department?
Sorry, you're not defending the department. No, it's a value judgment.
Honorable Member, I expect you to assist me in holding the department accountable. Now you are defending the department. I don't know. I don't mind commending the department where the department has done things that are good. I'm the first one to do that. But also where I think I've got a concern, I must express that concern without expecting that someone is going to object to my view. You know, so you've expressed your view a number of times, Honorable America. We allow you. So it's just, of course, it's something that was raised. We raised with the Auditor General and the Audit Committee that shouldn't we start looking seriously into performance audit? And I think the department that I think might be really good at those are those that have been achieving this clean audit for years. And we said, look, let's start, even if it can be a pilot, we pilot performance audit. We might not get right the first year, but as the time goes on, we might get it right. Unless people don't want us to do performance audit, they'll say we are doing value judgment when we say there must be a performance audit. That can be a debate at another platform.
Chair, thanks for that. I think performance audits would be good. I think it's a question of what would you be measured against. Because if you give me R1 million, for example, or in the case of this department, if you give us 2.4 billion rand, and then ask us to use that money well, we can be measured against how well we use the money, but we can't be audited against what one would expect from a department that would have a 5 billion budget. So we can only do what we got resources to do with, and I think the audit will reflect how, because the Auditor General's report is there to first of all tell you as the oversight and body and us as management that the information that's presented to you is accurate. So we've shown that we can present accurate financial information and we can present accurate performance information. And the audit also looks at compliance, that we haven't done anything super dodgy that requires your involvement. But performance audits, I think the AG is beginning to experiment with that. We did have a section in the audit report that spoke to some of the issues they picked up around the outcomes of some of the projects, which I think was useful. But I do think that even performance audits is not maybe going to get you where, Chair, you are hoping to get, and that is that as social development, we can perhaps work as hard as we can with our 800 social workers that we have and the NGOs we fund. But if that's not enough to solve the problems, there's still going to be homeless people on the street. There's still going to be children being hurt. There's still going to be GBV, because it's just not enough. So I think the question would be then, are we allocating our resources well as a province? Are we getting enough resources as a province? which I don't think we are at this point. And also, are we making the right policy decisions? So I don't know if those things are something that the Auditor General would want to audit, because that's a pretty, those are quite high level questions, and they're quite politically and policy oriented questions that are highly debatable and maybe a little bit too left field for auditing. But I think, you know, from our perspective, performance audits, we would be, I think, comfortable working on that. I think it would help us improve service delivery and help us improve the effective use of what we do have, the resources we do have. So that would be where the value would be added, would be in terms of ensuring that we are as efficient as we can be and that our services operate to a good level. But it is very difficult for the AG because any department in the province has got specializations. And it's a big ask to expect the AG to be able to audit you against, for example, social work norms and standards, because then they're going to have to get a social work specialist who's got to be able to come and look and say, okay, that you are working in line with the social work norms and standards. You know, and we'll have to have a substance abuse specialist to come and audit our substance abuse treatment centers to say they're in line with best practice when it comes to substance abuse treatment, and you'd have to have someone who's a specialist in disabilities. So you understand what I'm saying. I mean, essentially, it would be the same in health and it would be the same in education, but you do have national mechanisms that have been set up to monitor adherence to norms and standards by provinces. And in the province, we also have systems to monitor norms and standards in the NGOs and among our own social workers and so on. So there are assurance systems, but I'm not sure how that would translate into something that the standing committee could find useful in the governance space. That would be quite a big leap to get it into an audit report in a way that's actually sufficiently detailed and also sufficiently insightful. It would be quite difficult. They would have to have specialists for each department, and that would push audit fees through the roof. So that's the part I wouldn't welcome. But having said that, I think there's room for more of that kind of thing. But at the same time, we do also have to be careful of continually tightening oversight and putting more and more resources into oversight when we don't have enough resources to deliver the services, because we're getting to a point in South Africa where there's more and more money going into oversight bodies and new commissions and new things being created, but we're not putting more money into the actual people who've got to deliver services. So we can score an own goal if we get the balance wrong between oversight and service. So yeah. Chairperson, I think I'll ask the finance team to speak to the questions to the extent that they pertain to finance. I don't know if you guys took down all those questions, or do you want me to read them to you again, or are you comfortable that you've captured them?
Thank you, HUD. We'll see how far we get.
Okay. Thanks, Eva.
I think that the first question was around the contingent liabilities. That 5 million, and this case was damages in respect of exposure to danger, pain and suffering, and the state attorney advised that the plaintiff has not prosecuted its claim further after we filed an exception to its particulars, filed to be pending for 3 months until June 2022. Now it indicates here resolved, so we will have to follow that one up for you in terms of that case.
That was a case where children escaped from Outeniqua and assaulted a woman in George, and the department is being sued by that victim.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the irregular expenditure, I just want to get there quickly. Firstly, Chair, we need to indicate that we had no irregulars for the year under review, and also we had no fruitless and wasteful expenditure under the year of review. The 3 cases that added up to the 79,000 was from a prior year. So we have been investigating those cases, and 2 of those cases has now been resolved. So the one of 8,500 rand, that one where the official has been disciplined, and the official has also repaid that funds. So that we've also removed now. And then the one of this Western Cape Sports School, which was a service provider. When we initially picked it up, it was identified as irregular. Later on, we actually then discovered there was 3 quotes because the irregularity occurred because there was only 1 quote. So we found the other quotes as well. And on that case, Provincial Treasury advised us that it was not irregular, it was non-compliance, and hence we could then also then condone that matter. So the only one now outstanding for this financial year is the 48,000 of the 79,000, and that is for the PABX system that we did not use, but because we did not cancel the lease in time, we still had to pay for it. So the official has also been disciplined in terms of that, and the official has, in the meantime, also has retired. So we are finalizing that matter in due course.
Yeah, we dealt with many cases like that with the previous departments where the resignation has become the norm.
Yes. So that's the information around those irregulars. I hope that suffices. The question was also asked about the removal, and just to explain that when it comes to irregular expenditure, there is 2 processes that we can follow. The one is the condonement, the other one is the removal. Now, you can remove irregular expenditure only if it is free from fraud, corruption, or a criminal act. So if there's no criminality involved, then you can remove it. Also, there must be disciplinary action that has been taken. Also, that the department did not suffer any loss, and that it led to non-compliance. The irregularity led to non-compliance, which has been addressed, and that there is no reoccurrence of that event. And then there's the prevention course that it must be regularly reviewed and so forth. So in that case, because there's no loss, because there's no fraud involved, then the head of the department can then remove it from the irregular expenditure register. So that is what we did in the previous year of the 525,000 rand as requested. The question on the Annexure 1, the payment CETA of 2.8 million. Chair, that is a compulsory payment that we must do every year. It's the 1%. How do we recoup that? Maybe I can ask my colleague, Ms. van Reenen, because there is certain projects that the CETAs run also that we can buy into, and she might have some more details, unless we can provide that to you. In terms of staff overpayment, normally what happens, we give an allowance, and sometimes that calculations is incorrect or whatever, and the person was not eligible for that allowance. Then we will then follow a process of disallowing that payment that has been made, and then we record that in our books, we create a debt, and then we follow up that debt. Now, in most of the cases, we have bursary debt, where we have officials that has a bursary with us, and they didn't complete the bursary, and they might have left the department. They might even go to another department. Then we will continue to pursue that debt also via deductions and so forth. Then we have the pillar cases, which is also the time lapse that happens, because by the time when the approval is given for that temporary incapacity leave, and in the meantime the staff has already taken the leave credits, and then it turns out but you were not entitled to it, and that also results in then an overpayment that we need to recoup again. And then we have what we call unpaid leave, a same scenario where the staff member doesn't actually have leave left and already has taken leave, and then we need to do that. So that's the process that we follow for any staff overpayment that happens. The underspending, I just need to get there quickly. Which page is that?
It's fine, I think maybe I can speak to that quickly.
Okay.
Because there was three items. The one was the disabilities, and I think we spoke at length about it this morning. There is 2 vehicles for that were to be procured for children with severe to profound intellectual disabilities and then donated to NGOs. And this comes from the Right to Education court case, which was in 2008, 2010, somewhere around then, where the country as a whole was taken to task about not providing sufficiently for children, the education needs of children with severe to profound intellectual disabilities. The province has been putting a number of measures in to respond to that judgment, and one of the areas that was identified as in need was to have some vehicles to transport children with severe to profound disabilities to protected workshops or to education opportunities. These are children with who are severely intellectually disabled who can't join a normal school. So the need for transportation requires very specialized vehicles. And what had happened is that the Department of Transport and Public Works was commissioned to develop the vehicles for social development, and the vehicles were procured through a national tender, but had to be adapted to have like a raising platform for the children to get in, and also various adjustments to hold the children in their seats and so on. The service providers who were doing that ran into trouble with meeting the national standards that are set out for vehicles with those kind of modifications. And so they had to then go back and do additional work on the vehicles to ensure that they were fully compliant with the national standards. So there was a delay in that process. Once they got that right, they were able to hand over the vehicles, but it did result in us not being able to spend the funds for that year, and so the funds had to be rolled over. The vehicles have subsequently been delivered, but it was delayed by several months. The underspending in the social relief program is as a result of the Sanitary Dignity Program project. There was a combination of factors, but the main one was that the service provider who was producing the sanitary pads, their last shipment was due to come in March, which is at the end of the financial year. And due to load shedding, they had a delay in the factory run, and so they could only deliver it in April. So the delay into April resulted in us not being able to pay them for that last delivery. So it wasn't a long delay, but it was enough to put us outside the end of the financial year. The last underspend area which was mentioned was on ECDs, and that relates to the ECD stimulus package. We had received, I can't remember the amounts now because we've got so many different things, but the National Department of Social Development basically threw money at us with a very short turnaround time to spend it, to get it to the NGOs. And what made it really difficult is that we needed to, the NGOs had to apply through the National Central Supplier Database to benefit from the ECD stimulus package. And then National Social Development had appointed a service provider that was supposed to then check that information and verify that those people qualify for the stimulus package. they would then send a list of those people's names through to us in batches. And there were severe delays with the provision of those names to us. So we got the money, but we didn't get the names to pay the people. So some of the money we couldn't spend in time. I think that was that was handed over to education, that project, when the ECD function shifted, and they're still busy trying to deal with that. Yeah, it was a very hastily organized project, unfortunately, and although it did reach, I think, a lot of beneficiaries, it really didn't roll out the way it was supposed to. So there was underspend there. And then, of course, I think there was also some NGOs that lost their registration and so on, which also resulted in us being unable to pay them and so on. So there was that was where the underspends occurred in those programs. I don't know if you guys want to add anything from your side in finance.
Thank you, HOD. Yes, I think that explains a number of those questions that was raised around the underspend and so forth. My colleague is going to just respond to the shifts, the questions around the shifts from page 162 till about 166. And then I would just like to speak to the question on 168 about this service provider that had a challenge because of load shedding. That's the sanitary pads. Yeah. It so happened that in March this year, they were supposed to deliver the final batch of sanitary towels. And it's at that point that the service provider then came to us with his explanation and his challenge that he couldn't deliver it. So we then allowed him to deliver in April, and we could then pay that amount of money. That was the small portion that was rolled over, and we could pay that then in May month. I don't know if maybe Mr. Yebo can give more detail of exactly the challenges that we had with the service provider at that point in time.
The HOD covered it very well. What I can just add was the specific issue was around the packaging, which the service provider outsourced from another company. That company that was putting together the packaging, the boxes, was unable to put the boxes together for him to put the product. It was not about the product, but it was the packaging. So we had no other reasons but to accept what he was saying. And then we asked for 60 days grace period. And then, as the HOD said, they delivered on the 13th of May, and then, but it was already after the end of the financial year. Thanks.
But where does load shedding come in?
The manufacturer uses electricity to produce the packaging, meaning with the boxes, because it is the pads which he had, but he needed to procure the boxes from another service provider who complained to him that he couldn't complete his order because he was affected by load shedding. And then that time it was stage 3, stage 4, and stage 2. Thanks.
Yeah. Load shedding affect all of us, eh? Honorable Ngondo.
Okay, is that standard practice in DSD supply chain processes? If a service provider is unable to deliver as per requirement, you allow them. You say 60 days. They requested for 60 days, so you've allowed them, as you said, that the money had to be rolled over. Is that part of your SCM sort of practice with all service providers in DSD? I'm just asking.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if you want to tackle that one, but I think essentially in this case, it depends on the service provider and the type of service. For example, if there's unforeseen circumstances, we can understand it, and if it doesn't affect the department severely. If, for example, we have a service provider providing a critical service and they don't comply with contract conditions, we may be more stringent if it's prejudicial. For example, in our secure care child and youth care centres, we have catering companies that provide food to the children. Now, if they suddenly stop providing food, then we will be on their case immediately. And if they can't fix it within a few days, we will have to replace them because the risk to the children is severe. Obviously, if there's no food, then the children don't get anything to eat. So it becomes an immediate risk in a secure care environment because they start to riot and they will burn the place to the ground in no time if they don't get something to eat. With this particular project, the delay of a few weeks is, it's not on that level. So it's the discretion of the department to decide if it needs to terminate a contract because of non-compliance, and also what kind of penalties are levied. I think in this instance as well, we were sitting with we're delivering to schools in batches, so we get it in stock in our warehouse and then it goes out. So if it doesn't affect the delivery process, we also have room for leeway. So I think it works on that basis. I think equally at the time everyone was being affected by load shedding, so it'd be a bit rich of government to punish a service provider when they are at the mercy of government services. So I think these are the kind of things one has to take into consideration. But the other thing as well is if you decide now that a person's in breach of contract, you have to go through a whole legal process to deal with that. So you have to weigh up the option as a department. Are we going to now jettison the service provider and do another tender process? How long does that delay before we get the product? So those are the things that you have to apply your mind to when you make a decision about how you deal with somebody who has a delay. But I think what is the standard in terms of our supply chain process on that kind of thing? There must be like a rule or law.
Thank you, HOD. Through you, Chair. The standard procedure is normally when we award to a service provider, we also did sit down with them within 30 days, and we do what we call the SLA. So in that service level agreement, we then actually look at the operations and how we're going to go about, our responsibility and then their responsibility. There's also a clause in there that says that if there is anything that the service provider want to bring to our attention, it needs to be within 30 days, and similar with us as well. So we might even ask to maybe delay the project for some or other region and that. But in the case where it is very severe, then we would normally also go to our legal services component and get also their advice and then act upon it immediately, especially like the HODC, if it's now catering services and we can't deliver and the children doesn't have food. So there is a clause in there that will allow us to do some of those things that would be reasonable at the time to be considered.
Can I just add?
There's a strong social empathy part in dealing with service providers, which is fine. Mr. Ewu?
Well, Chair, I thought you have rounded up the issue. I think one important point which I would want to amplify is what the CFO and the HOD have said. This is 1.5. It was 1.5 worth of the last delivery was worth 1.5
million.
Yes, 1.5 million, and it was due in March, which is end of the financial year, and we had all the options. One, the invoking of the penalty clause, which would have led to the service provider challenging it and so on, because the question of the load shedding is a legal sound reason that he gave. And then we felt that because of the severity and the fact that we had stock on hand, we didn't want to go on to spend 3-4 million in legal fees for 1.5. So it was not worth the exercise, Chair. And then hence and it is not the standard practice. It's an anomaly. We can go through all the annual reports for the past 10 years. You'll not see an underspending due to non-delivery of a. So it says just an anomaly, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Xhego.
No, it's fine. Say, no, the load shedding thing, it doesn't make sense. I don't want to lie. Why, if we look at the value of the product that we're expecting, is quite of a huge capacity, and it is expected that anyone who renders such a service to us would have adequate facilities that would be able to deliver. And in most instances, people who manufacture and produce, they've got some kind of backup systems and all these things. But nonetheless, we don't know the circumstances. But these are the implications of what I earlier highlighted, that this department seems to outsource everything. And it has got such far-reaching implications. And but nonetheless, it's fine. I want to understand now, do you still have a relationship with this supplier? Are you, I know he messed up with a March-April arrangement. Is this person somebody who's still in your, because you were scared of taking him to court? But it's fine, because it might have led to the department paying more than which would not be justifiable. But is this person still you being used by the department?
Chair, thank you. Through you, yeah, we can gladly say that that service provider doesn't render any service to us. That was the conclusion of that contract. We have, in the meantime, went out on a new tender, and we have received a new service provider. I hope not, Richard. Chair, then there was a few more questions. Can I just
Yes, please go ahead.
I think on page 184 there was a question around the agency and outsource expenditure. First of all, I think we need to note that it decreased from 113 million to 42 million. Just to say that previously we had two of our outsourced centers, the Bosasa centers. Those we have insourced now, so we're not outsourcing, and therefore the drastic change. So this amount of money here is still for our catering that we do outsource in our facilities, and also for the food provision that we've done during this time. On page 192, there was a question around the overpayments and who's accountable and the process. I hope I'm referring to the correct one, which is note 10.6, the impairment of receivables. Yeah. Chair, this is what we call a provision that we make. So this is not actually a recovery that needs to be made. This is a provision that we make in our books from an accounting principle, and we work on a formula, and this is what we raise in our books as an impairment. So the likelihood that if we cannot recoup or there is hardship or it's economical difficulty or the person is deceased, then we can write it off in terms of that. On page 194, there was a question around claims against the state, and that referred to Annexure 2, which is our statement of contingent liabilities. And I think the honourable member has asked that question about the 5 million. So these are all contingencies that is currently in process being sort of dealt with through our state attorneys and our legal services people. So the possibility that it can realize and that we need to then pay that is there, but there's also the possibility that we don't have to pay some of these. And the amounts can also either become more or it can become less as well. It's contingent. $195, the contingent assets. Is there a question around that?
Page 211 was there.
Yeah, it indicates that there are 12 pillar cases under investigation which were not finalized by the Department of the Premier at that date and is not included. So it's not included in the contingent asset at this stage. Yeah. This is the process there is that we basically, we sit around the table with the Department of the Premier and then we evaluate these cases. These things are also in terms of time, when it happens and then on a regular basis, these things are then discussed in terms of that. So as I said, it can result in an overpayment that we need to then deduct, or there can be a case where the pillar is accepted and they can then continue with that in itself. It is an asset because it is owed to us at that point in time. And I think the last question was again the irregulars of 79,000 and the reason, and I think we did exhaust it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO. I think the one question also about outsourcing, the agencies and support and the money that goes to things like the security and food provision in our child and youth care centres, obviously things that we need in those centres. But if you look at the department's model overall, we are about 50% outsource, 50% insource. If you want to put it crudely, we fund about R1 billion to the NGO sector, and the remainder of our budget is for internal services. So we have our teams of social workers in the regions, as well as our child and youth care workers in the child and youth care centres, who provide services directly to the public. Those are the department's employees. But then equally we have the NGOs, and we sort of try and keep it almost like a 50-50 split between services that we subsidize through the NGOs so that they can reach further than we can, because they subsidize that with their own money as well and their donor funds, and then our own services. And we try to arrange it in a way that the department's personnel deal with the highest risk services that we can't expect the NGO sector to do, like secure care and things like that, and probation services and things to a large extent. Our NGO is working in some of those areas as well, but it's the department generally takes on the toughest work because the department has the best resources available, plus the backing of the state cover and so on. So and then the funds go to the NGO. So it's we don't fully outsource our services. It's about 50-50.
Covered. They covered. Okay. Look like Honorable America would like to ask another question.
I'll just keep. Thank you, Chair. Just two questions I'd like to ask. One being the outsourcing, not the outsourcing, sorry, My colleague distracted me here in front of me. The transfer of the ECD function to the education department. So it follows that the transfer of the function, the finances will follow that function. Right. So my question, Chair, is that will it have a significant impact on your staff establishment once that function has been sort of completely, and the assets and all of that have been sort of transferred to the education department? That's one question, Chair. And the last one, Chair, is the component. Let me just get my tongue, more supple. Componentization of assets. Have you sort of considered that as the AG's office continuously raised it as an emerging risk? Have you put measures in place to deal with that regulations once it would become sort of inevitable that you will have to present your financial statements in that form as far as assets are concerned? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just lashing on the question of Member America, if the money is going to follow the ECDs and there is stringent measures in the registrations of the ECDs when coming to the Department of Education, so those that are falling off the radar of being registered in the Department of Education, that finance part of it, how are you going to know they allocated for that program? You're just going to give that money to the department, or is going to be allocation per NGO that was registered under the ECD? I just want to understand how are you going to go about in transferring those funds to the Department of Education?
Through you, Chair, yeah. No, the budget that we had was sufficient to cover the contractual commitments that were held with the ECDs that we funded. So that's all gone to education as of. So they're sitting with that budget now. We don't have a cent for it anymore. And they took a lot of reassurance from our side that we were going to give them enough money. They really thought we were going to try and do them in, and we didn't. But the total, the commitments that we handed over to them were a bit less actually. So they would have had a little bit of room to move, not much though, but they would have had a little bit of room to move. So they will now have to continue deciding if they're going to expand the number that they fund. They'll need more money from Treasury. Because or they'll need to find money internally within their budget if they want to expand the numbers. In terms of the question from Honourable Member America, in terms of the impact on the staff establishment, we did transfer all the staff who worked on ECD. We had an ECD unit at Social Development of some 50-odd members of the department. They've all moved over now, with the exception of about 3 who've remained behind to assist us with after school care centres which have remained at social development. So all the other staff have moved to education and they are now on their establishment. Yeah, that has reduced our establishment slightly. And there were support staff included in that, so we gave them some administrative support as well as monitoring staff, as well as the staff that do the processing of the funding and all of that stuff. Some assets did go over, but mostly just, I think, laptops and things like that.
1.7 million.
Yeah, 1.7 million worth of assets. But because we don't run any ECDs ourselves, there was no facilities or capital that went over. So, in fact, the unit's still sitting. Are they still sitting by us? They're still sitting in our building.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think education's still got to find some space for them. But we've agreed to let them stay until they've got a space. Thank you, Jay. It was about componentization
Componentization.
to the CFO.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The age is still here, so I was not about to answer that question. But yeah, I'm sure that the whole idea would be to do this from a central point of view, and the provincial treasury will be involved, because we will need systems to do that, because we're talking about one product that has different components, and we need to evaluate that. We need to depreciate those things, and we need to account for each and every one. So that is in the pipeline that we're working towards, and it will be a centralized process that we will engage. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That's my apology. No, I was just saying it's a useful response so that we don't get different answers from different departments, so that we could then pose it to Treasury and ask Treasury as to how they envisage and roll out and assist the departments, and then that would possibly be the standard that will be created. Thank you.
Let's give Honorable
Thanks, Chair. Noting with the shifting and movement of responsibilities and functions that affect that department, I noted here in the report that I didn't see anything in relation to the issue of wellness that is in working hand in glove with the Department of Health now. I'm not sure if it didn't impact on this particular financial year or anything, because it has got direct impact on issues such as, I can still recall the other time we had the two departments here with their serious challenges of service delivery and everything else, which talks to mental health and all these kind of things. So that, just want to check that if maybe in terms of operation, it doesn't reflect on this particular financial report or what is happening with that status, because with the Department of Education and the issue of ECTs, it reflects and we can see the progress as far as that is concerned.
Just dot that question, because I see there's quite a lot of interest that is being generated. Honorable Nkondo.
Chair. Okay, my last two questions, Chair. On page 222 or 222, there's reference to a unique finance agreement with the motor vehicle lease of this department. Can you just explain what that is and what is unique about it in reference to the province as you explain it, and is it different to government motor transport that is available to all departments? And then my last one, in page 207 on note 28, I see you've got some workshops, if I understand, about how it's, I'm just reading how it is explained here. Let me just get to the page. The non-residential buildings relate to containers which were converted to offices and workshops that are immovable in nature. Just wanted to understand, I see that spent there with an opening balance of 392, an addition of 153. If you can just explain to me what are those for? Are those offices of the department or some of the NGOs that you are working with, and how many were these containers, and at what cost, if each, as an example, that you had to spend? I'm not sure whether it was converting them. If you can just give me some information about that. Thanks.
Honorable Masep.
Thank you. I just want to find out this issue of the risk of the difficult word component. Yeah, that one.
The componentization.
Yeah, that one. So I want to find out, Chair, that because the AG does the predetermined objectives, but when coming to this one, all the time there is a report, there's a risk from the AG. and is throughout the financial year. What role, how important is that all the time is on the AG, and AG is still here? How important is that is on the audit report all the time, that it has to be mentioned, but it doesn't have the deadline of by when is that going to be attended to? Why the AG, I mean, if maybe there's an explanation to the departments, why the AG feels that it has to come again and again in the audit outcome, that has to be attended to. What is the foreseeing risk that maybe from the department side that they see it might happen, but the agency part of it is not something that can be prioritized? Thank you, Chair.
Now, can we get responses?
Chair, I'm not sure I quite understood the question about wellness and what the honourable member was looking for in the report on wellness. Is it about this wellness in the population, or staff wellness, or employee wellness? I'm not sure I quite understood that correctly.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, and I'm talking about the wellness of the employees, which now it belongs to the responsibility of the Department of Health. Now, I want to understand in terms of, we don't see anything as far as that is budget or audit related that is here on the department itself.
Thank you very much, Chair and Honourable Member, for that clarification. I think the employee wellness side of things is actually provided for by a corporate services centre, not the Department of Health. They have a service provider that they contract through a tender process, and that service provider provides employee wellness services, including counselling and interventions, team interventions, and so on, to assist with issues of employee wellness, particularly mental health, and also they do wellness checks, blood pressure, and those sort of things. We do, Corporate Services Centre sometimes does like a summary of outcomes of that process, but I think maybe Annemie van Reenen would like to say something about it, or Romola, in terms of how we get, because those reports don't feature in the annual reports, but we do get that. Yeah.
Okay, there's quarterly reports that get submitted to us, but obviously there's a confidentiality element, so you just pick up the trends, and then there's an annual report also that is being submitted to the department from the service provider.
Thanks for that. Yeah, so it doesn't feature in the annual report as such, but we do receive reports on wellness trends and those sort of things, as well as work done by the service provider. We are picking up issues, increasing burnout and mental health challenges among staff that is featuring, and absenteeism and those kind of issues. So yes, there is particularly this year, there's been significant impact. I think during COVID, there was a lot of strain on the staff. There were deaths of staff members. We did lose a number of people in the department, and there was a lot of trauma around that. So yeah, in the aftermath of that, there has been signs of the impact of that on staff, definitely. I think the service provider does provide counselling services. They do provide a number of sessions of counselling with employees. I think that it may also require more than that in some cases, and we do have the ability to refer employees for more specialised assessments and support where required. At the same time, the social work supervisors also provide support to their supervisees. Part of their work is to provide debriefing and so on to the social workers who experience the burden of the work that they do with their clients. But yeah, the mental health of the staff is definitely under strain at the moment. There's no question. Of course, the workload is another factor as well, given the financial constraints we're sitting with. The overtime hours are going up and staff are getting burned out and extremely stressed out. So we are seeing that as well. The question about the motor vehicle contracts and the containers, as well as the AGS, I'll leave to the CFO. Thanks.
Thank you, through you, Chair. In terms of the uniqueness of the finance lease for the motor vehicles, yeah, I want to say that we still use the same government motor transport. I think that is also in other provinces. I think what is unique, firstly, is that we don't pay we don't do a lease payment. We only pay what we call a daily tariff. So for every day that we have the vehicle, we pay a daily tariff, and then we pay for the kilometers. So we don't pay that almost that installment of a monthly basis. And the other uniqueness is that our vehicles from GMT, they remain their assets. So that asset is not transferred to a department. So we basically just use those vehicles, and because we pay them a daily tariff, we are entitled to replace the vehicle after a number of kilometers or a time period in terms of that. So that's how that works with the government motor transport. In terms of the containers, these are what we call non-residential buildings that we needed. We have our facility at Sivieli, where the profoundly disabled children are dealt with. And there we needed some more space. So it was easier to do that until we can then do infrastructure planning and then do renovations and so forth in terms of that, so that we can accommodate the staff, for office space and so forth in terms of that. So it is just the expeditious way of just getting that done in terms of that. And that's the reason why we use these containers in terms of that. The question around the compartmentalization, I can't even say it anymore.
As politicians, we're struggling, so at least the professionals are also struggling with the pronunciation.
I like the question. I think it's a very interesting question, and I think when one needs to understand that in government we work on what we call a modified cash basis. So in other words, all the many years we started cash basis. So in other words, whatever you pay today, you must account for today. So now the National Treasury has come and they've modified. So they modified segments and parts, so they don't do the whole accrual accounting, in other words. So that's why this aspect will also still take time for us to get there, so that we can account for that, because it is part what we call of asset management and asset reporting that we need to do according to the GRAP standards. But because we are modified, we are slowly but surely getting there until we can be in this accrual space, and then we can account like the entities, like Westgrow and those entities. Then they are pure accrual on accrual basis, but we still not there. Thank you, Chair.
So at least we've got a simplified version of what componentization is. Yeah. So, but at least I think the question also Honorable Maseko asked, is it good for it to be there so that it always reminds us that there's going to be this thing, or because the answer we got from the Auditor General, they said, look, rather than not putting it, it's better to put it there so that they can say, look, when it happens, you are not caught off guard. They can always say, look, we told you so. We know. I think you wanted to add, AG.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to add that the emerging risks that we include in our presentations are not in the audit report itself. However, we normally include it to the management report to management, and we are just sharing these for the insight of the members.
Committee.
Yes, but just I think if we could also look at the case, I think, of agriculture, one may actually pick up that there was a reference to the fact that we needed to inform the auditee about the changes on how we're going to be accounting for certain elements of the financial statements. And therefore, it may be important for us to continuously communicate. Otherwise, it may give an indication that we have changed our position if we no longer communicate. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much on the matter of componentization. Are there any further questions, honorable members? Maybe any?
No further questions, Chair.
No further questions. So I think in the absence of further questions from honorable members, are there any comments you'd like to make from your side? HOD, anything that you'd like to bring to our attention that are of governance and financial in nature? Not that has got to do with A, D, and A, B, and D. Only C and E matters.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Colleagues, is there anything you want to raise at this point? No? I think just to say thank you very much to the committee. It was, as always, a comprehensive line of questioning, and we are happy to be able to share our story with someone who wants to listen. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for affording us the opportunity to account today. And thank you, Chair, for the manner in which the questions have been posed.
Also from our side, on behalf of the committee, thank you very much for answering to your best of your ability to the question that we have asked. And obviously, when we sit, we will take resolution based on some of the issues that you've raised and that we've raised with you. We might communicate with you. And of course, I normally tell the departments, when we ask questions, we are not asking them for the sake of asking them or catching you up, that we want to see that, no, you know this or you don't know that. We just also want to assist the department in its effort of rendering service delivery. So out there, if you are achieving a clean audit for this consecutive time, we want you to continue doing that, but also if you can move to another level. If you had irregular expenditure of 79,000, that is, it has been, when we meet next time, we would like that to be completely zero. It even says that, look, there is nothing, because it's proven that it can be achieved. So we are actually just take us also as your partners in advancing the course of service delivery. Thank you very much for your patience as well. We are not very easy people to deal with, but thank you very much for your patience and for actually answering the question to the best of your ability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Also, thank you very much to the Auditor General. You know, you're sitting far now. You tell him, Yamin, they are global. I cannot forget you as our dependable ally. Yeah. at least that coffee break assisted so that we cannot break now. Then we'll quickly go to resolution. And of course, I know one of the resolution is componentization. No, at least we are getting somewhere on componentization because it's been there. Now we know is the treasury. Ne? Now,